It wasn't the sound of the key in the lock that afternoon that shattered Eleanor Vance's world. It was the silence that followed. 15 years of marriage, a billion-dollar empire, a name that echoed in the halls of finance and philanthropy, all of it built on a foundation she thought was granite. But that day, her husband, Julian, didn't just come home. He brought with him a wrecking ball in the form of a demure, young, and very pregnant woman. What follows isn't just a story of infidelity. It's the story of what happens when a queen, pushed from her throne, decides to burn the entire kingdom to the ground. The Vance estate in Bel Air was less a house and more a monument to success. Sprawling over 2 acres of meticulously landscaped hillside, the Italianate mansion was a testament to Julian Vance's Midas touch. From the outside, it was a fortress of limestone and glass, reflecting the golden California sun. Inside it was a museum of a life perfectly curated. Eleanor Vance, its elegant chatelaine, was the curator. For 15 years, she had played her part with flawless precision. She was the woman on Julian's arm at the Met Gala, the gracious host of fundraisers that raised millions for esoteric causes. The silent partner whose sharp intellect had, in the early days, been the scaffolding upon which Julian built his real estate empire, Vance Global Properties. Her background in architecture wasn't just a quaint hobby mentioned in Vanity Fair profiles. She had designed their first 3 lucrative commercial developments before gracefully stepping back to build their home and social standing. Their life was a meticulously choreographed ballet. Mornings began with green juice on the terrace overlooking the city, the air smelling of night-blooming jasmine and money. Julian would depart in a cloud of Tom Ford cologne and quiet authority, chauffeured in his black Bentley. Eleanor's day would be a whirlwind of appointments, fittings with designers, meetings with the Vance Foundation, board calls with caterers and event planners. She was the CEO of their private life, and her performance was worth every one of the millions Julian's name was attached to. Their friends, a constellation of old money and new tech billionaires, saw them as the ideal. The Lockwoods, the Astors, the Chengs. They all admired the Vance partnership. Eleanor is his secret weapon. Michael Astor once slurred affectionately over a glass of 25-year-old Macallan. She makes him look presidential. And she did. She softened his ruthless corporate edges, gave his ambition a respectable, philanthropic face. She chose the art on the walls, a Rothko here, a de Kooning there, not just for its value, but for the stories they told, stories of passion and turmoil contained within a neat, expensive frame. Much like her own. The cracks, of course, were there, but they were hairline visible only to Eleanor. They were in the late-night calls Julian started taking in his study, the door firmly closed. They were in the newfound obsession with his phone, its screen angled away from her, with a casualness that was painstakingly deliberate. They were in the subtle shift in his touch from possessive and passionate to perfunctory and distant. Eleanor, a woman who could spot a structural flaw in a blueprint from 100 paces, saw them all. But she did what any savvy investor would do. She waited. She observed, she gathered data. She had sacrificed her own career, her own name to build the House of Vance. She wasn't about to let a tremor demolish the entire structure. She would reinforce it, fix it as she always had. One Monday evening, a week before the collapse, they hosted a dinner for a visiting senator. Eleanor was resplendent in a navy blue Dior gown that matched her sapphire earrings, a 15th anniversary gift from Julian. She moved through the throng of guests. A word here, a dazzling smile there, ensuring every glass was full, every conversation sparkling. Julian was holding court by the fireplace, his voice a low, confident rumble. He was telling a story about a hostile takeover, and the men around him, titans of industry, were laughing. He caught Eleanor's eye across the room and raised his glass to her. It was a public performance of affection, a gesture that earned appreciative smiles from those who saw it. But Eleanor saw the truth in his eyes. The light was gone. He was looking at a partner, an asset, not the woman he loved. The chill of that look was more profound than the evening air. Later that night, as she was removing the heavy sapphire earrings at her vanity, Julian came into the bedroom. He was still buzzing from the success of the evening. "You were brilliant tonight, Elle," he said, loosening his tie. "It was a good evening." The senator seemed impressed. Her voice was calm, measured. He was. "We closed the deal for the downtown waterfront project. He's going to fast-track the permits." He sat on the edge of their enormous bed, unbuttoning his shirt. "This is going to be our biggest project yet. Billions." Eleanor watched his reflection in the mirror. "Our project?" she asked softly. Julian paused. "Of course, our project. You're the face of the brand, darling. None of this works without you. It was the wrong answer. It used to be our project because she would have been at the drafting table with him debating load-bearing walls and aesthetic continuity. Now she was the face, a hood ornament on a car she had helped build. She placed the sapphires in their velvet box and snapped it shut. The sound was unnervingly loud in the quiet room. "I'm tired, Julian," she said, turning not to him but to the vast empty bed. It was a long day. He didn't try to touch her. The chasm between them had grown too wide for a simple gesture to cross. He simply nodded, retreated to his side of the bed, and within minutes he was asleep, leaving Eleanor alone with the silent, screaming knowledge that she was no longer a partner, but a high-level employee in the corporation of her own marriage. She lay awake for hours. The cool weight of her realization, a shroud. The foundation wasn't granite. It was sand. And the tide was coming in. Tuesday came a day painted in the blandest of colors. It was meant to be ordinary. A Pilates session at 9, a call with the caterer for the upcoming museum gala at 11, a final review of the guest list. The sky was a hazy, indifferent white. The air was still. It was the kind of day where nothing of consequence should happen. At 3:15 p.m., Eleanor was in the main living area, a cavernous space with floor-to-ceiling windows that overlooked the infinity pool and the sprawling grey-brown carpet of Los Angeles below. She was arranging a bouquet of white Casablanca lilies in a tall, minimalist Swedish crystal vase. The task was grounding each stem placed with architectural precision. The sharp, sweet scent of the lilies filled the air, a fragrance of peace and purity. She heard the crunch of tires on the gravel driveway earlier than she expected. Julian's Bentley wasn't due for another 3 hours. Her first thought was that something was wrong, an emergency, a change of plans. She placed the last lily in the vase and turned her brow furrowed with mild concern. The heavy oak door swung open. Julian stood silhouetted against the bright afternoon light. He looked. She couldn't quite place the expression. Not stressed, not angry. Resigned. And behind that resignation, a sliver of something that looked unnervingly like relief. "Julian." "Is everything all right?" she asked, her voice echoing slightly in the large room. He stepped inside, but he didn't move toward her. Instead, he held the door open, his eyes fixed on hers. "Eleanor," he said, his tone flat, devoid of its usual charm. "We need to talk." And then a second figure emerged from behind him, stepping hesitantly into the cool, marble-floored foyer. It was a girl, no a young woman, perhaps 24, 25 at most. She was dressed in a simple floral print sundress that did little to conceal the pronounced, unmistakable swell of her abdomen. She was at least 6 months pregnant. She had wide, frightened blue eyes and mousy brown hair tied back in a simple ponytail. She clutched a worn leather handbag to her chest like a shield, her knuckles white. She looked utterly, tragically out of place, a dandelion sprouting through the marble. Eleanor's blood ran cold. The scent of the lilies suddenly seemed cloying funereal. The air in the room became thick, unbreathable. She looked from the girl's terrified face to her husband's impassive one. The hairline cracks in her perfect world didn't just splinter. They exploded into a web of fissures that raced across every surface of her life. Julian Eleanor said again, and this time her own voice was a stranger's, a thin, brittle thing. "Who is this?" Julian. Finally closed the door, the heavy thud sealing the three of them inside the beautiful, silent room. He took a deep breath, the kind a man takes before delivering a fatal blow. "Eleanor, this is Amelia Rose," he said, gesturing vaguely toward the girl. "There's no easy way to say this. Amelia has been living in one of the corporate apartments downtown. Things have become complicated. She's going to be staying with us now." The words didn't compute. They were puzzle pieces from different boxes, nonsensical when put together. "Staying with us." Eleanor's gaze dropped to Amelia's rounded belly, then back to Julian's face. The question hung between them unspoken, immense. As if hearing it, Julian gave a slight, almost imperceptible nod. "Yes," he confirmed, his voice low. "The baby is mine." Amelia flinched at the bald statement, her eyes welling with tears. She looked at Eleanor with an expression of pure, pleading terror, as if expecting to be struck. But Eleanor didn't move. She didn't scream. She didn't cry. A strange and terrifying calm washed over her, an arctic stillness that froze the very marrow in her bones. She felt as though she were watching a film of someone else's life. The perfectly arranged lilies. The silent, weeping mistress. The husband who had just detonated their shared history with a few simple words. "She's going to be living with us?" Eleanor repeated, her voice a dead monotone. She tested the words on her tongue. They tasted like poison. "Here, in this house? It's the most logical solution," Julian said, his tone shifting into the one he used in the boardroom, reasonable, decisive, as if discussing a minor logistical issue. "She needs support, medical care. It's my responsibility. We have more than enough space. We can be adults about this, Elle. We have to be. Adults." The word was an obscenity. He had brought his pregnant mistress, a girl, young enough to be his daughter, into the home his wife had built, and he was asking her to be an adult about it. He was asking the queen to welcome the usurper into the heart of the palace and offer her a guest room. Eleanor's eyes, the color of a stormy sea, finally left Julian's. They settled on Amelia. She took in the cheap dress, the scuffed sandals, the terrified, tear-streaked face. There was no hatred there. Not yet. Only a profound, bottomless sense of betrayal. This girl wasn't the cause. She was a symptom of Julian's weakness, his deceit, his utter, contemptuous disregard for the woman who had given him everything. "Which room were you planning to give her?" "Julian." Eleanor asked the question so quiet, it was almost a whisper. "The Monet suite." It has a lovely view of the rose garden, or perhaps the East Wing chamber. It's more private. Julian, mistaking her calm for acquiescence, for shock-induced compliance, actually seemed to relax. I thought the blue suite for now. It's comfortable and out of the way. The blue suite. Eleanor nodded slowly. Of course. She looked around the room at the art she had chosen, the furniture she had arranged, the life she had curated. Every object was a lie. Every memory was tainted. The entire house was no longer a home. It was a crime scene. And in that moment, the Arctic calm within her began to heat. A pressure started to build behind her eyes, a volcanic force that demanded release. She had been the architect, the curator, the CEO. And when a project is corrupted beyond repair, when a collection is built on fraud, there is only one thing a person of integrity can do: demolish it. The first sound was small. Eleanor turned her back on Julian and Amelia, facing the console table where the vase of Casablanca lilies stood. For a moment, all she did was stare at her own reflection in the polished mahogany, a pale, grim mask. Then, with a flick of her wrist, so casual it could have been an accident, she knocked a single small sterling silver picture frame from the edge of the table. It fell to the marble floor with a soft clatter. The glass didn't even break. It was a photo of her and Julian in Aspen years ago, their faces flushed with cold and happiness. Julian let out an impatient sigh. "Eleanor, don't be childish." That was the word that did it. Childish. Eleanor slowly bent down, not to pick up the frame, but to grasp the heavy crystal vase full of lilies and water. It must have weighed 20 pounds. She straightened up, holding it with both hands. She looked at the beautiful, perfect flowers, then at Julian. A single tear, hot and furious, finally escaped and traced a path down her cheek. "You want to see childish Julian," she whispered. And then she screamed. It was not a scream of fear or of pain, but of pure, undiluted rage. A primal sound that ripped through the cathedral-like silence of the mansion. As the scream tore from her throat, she hurled the vase. It flew across the room in a glittering arc of water glass and white petals and smashed against the center of the massive plate glass window overlooking the pool. The impact was shockingly loud, a sonic boom of shattering crystal and groaning plate glass. The Swedish vase, worth more than the car Amelia probably drove, vaporized into 1,000 shards. A large spiderweb crack appeared on the window, radiating from the point of impact. Water and bruised lilies slid down the fractured glass like blood and entrails. Amelia shrieked, stumbling backward against the wall. Julian stood frozen for a second, his face a mask of disbelief. "Eleanor, have you lost your mind?" But Eleanor hadn't lost her mind. She had found it. The dam had broken. 15 years of quiet compromises, of swallowed slights, of smiling through gritted teeth, erupted in a tidal wave of destructive energy. She was no longer Eleanor Vance, the gracious hostess. She was a fury, an avenging angel of her own downfall. Her eyes, wild and blazing, scanned the room. Her gaze landed on the mantelpiece above the limestone fireplace. It was lined with awards Julian had won, gleaming brass and crystal trophies plaques, celebrating him as Developer of the Year, Man of Vision. They were props in the theater of his success. She strode to the fireplace, seized a heavy bronze Global Leadership Award, and used it as a battering ram. The first crystal obelisk she struck exploded like a firework. Smash. The second, a glass plaque shattered against the stone. Crash. One by one, she annihilated every symbol of his public glory, the sounds of destruction echoing her own internal demolition. "Stop it, Eleanor! Stop this right now!" Julian bellowed, finally moving toward her. She whirled on him, brandishing the bronze award like a weapon. Her face was contorted, beautiful and terrifying. "Don't you touch me!" she snarled, and the venom in her voice made him recoil. "You don't get to touch me. Not anymore." She turned her back on him and swept her arm across a side table, sending a collection of antique Fabergé eggs, each a priceless anniversary gift, crashing to the floor. They burst in splashes of enamel and gold, their delicate, jeweled carcasses skittering across the marble. She was a tornado tearing through her own life. She moved from the living room to the formal dining room. The long mahogany table was set for a dinner party that would never happen. She grabbed the edge of the silk tablecloth and pulled. An avalanche of Waterford crystal Royal Doulton china and Georgian silverware cascaded to the floor in a deafening, catastrophic symphony of ruin. Glasses that had toasted senators' plates that had served princes all of it became glittering rubble at her feet. Julian and Amelia could only watch in horror. He was shouting her name, a meaningless mantra against the storm. Amelia was huddled in the foyer, sobbing. Eleanor was beyond hearing them. She was on a mission. She stormed into Julian's study, his sanctuary, his command center. The room smelled of leather and hubris. On his vast desk sat a model of the new downtown waterfront project he was so proud of. She picked it up and with a guttural cry threw it against the wall where it splintered into 1,000 pieces of miniature failed ambition. She tore books from his shelves, not just any books, but the leather-bound first editions he collected as a display of intellect. She raked his desk clear, sending his laptop, his papers, his expensive fountain pens flying. She took a letter opener and systematically shredded the KPM leather of his high-backed executive chair, slicing through the hide with vicious, methodical strokes. Finally, she made her way to the grand, sweeping staircase. Her destination was the master suite, their bedroom, the most intimate and therefore the most violated space in the house. She burst into the room. The California king bed was perfectly made, a sea of white fret linens. On her vanity sat her perfumes, her creams, her life as a wife. On his side, his watch collection, his valet stand. She went to his closet first. It was a walk-in room, larger than most New York apartments. Racks of bespoke suits from Savile Row shoes, from John Lobb shirts ironed to perfection by the housekeeper. She didn't just throw them on the floor. She grabbed a bottle of vintage Chateau Margaux from the mini-fridge in their suite one he'd been saving and began to douse everything. The deep red wine bled into the fine wool and silk, a mortal stain. She poured it over his suits, his shirts, his handmade Italian shoes, drowning his vanity in a torrent of expensive vinegar. Then she turned to her own closet, her own armory of beautiful cages. The Dior gowns, the Chanel suits, the Jimmy Choo shoes. They were the costumes for a role she would no longer play. She didn't douse them in wine. She began to tear at them with her bare hands, the rip of silk and satin a counterpoint to the earlier sounds of shattering glass. The tools of her trade, the symbols of her complicity were destroyed by their master. Panting, her knuckles bleeding, her designer dress torn, she stood in the center of the ruined bedroom. Julian appeared in the doorway, his face pale with shock and fury. "Are you satisfied?" he spat, his voice trembling with rage. Are you done with your little tantrum?" Eleanor's chest was heaving. She looked at the carnage surrounding her. The destruction wasn't chaotic. It was precise. Everything she had destroyed was a symbol of their shared lie. The art, the awards, the fine dining, the clothes, all of it was gone. She walked past him out of the bedroom, her bare feet crunching on unseen debris. She didn't look at him. She didn't look at the sobbing girl still huddled in the foyer. She walked back to the center of the living room, to the spot where it all began. She stood there, a queen in the heart of her raised kingdom. She felt strangely, terrifyingly calm. The pressure was gone. In its place was a cold, clear void. She turned to face her husband. Her voice when she spoke was no longer shrill with rage, but low and steady, forged in the fires of her own making. "I'm not done," she said, her eyes locking onto his. "I've just started." The silence that descended upon the mansion was heavier and more oppressive than the noise that had preceded it. It was the quiet of a battlefield after the fighting stops, thick with the smell of destruction. Spilled wine, expensive perfume, and the dust of pulverized plaster and glass. Julian stared at Eleanor, his fury momentarily eclipsed by a chilling realization. This was not the hysterical woman he had expected. The fire in her eyes had been banked, replaced by cold, hard embers. The woman standing before him regal amidst the wreckage she had wrought was a stranger. He had expected tears pleading a messy emotional collapse that he could manage, control, and ultimately use against her. He had not expected a demolition. "You're insane." He breathed the words, both an accusation and a diagnosis. "You're certifiably insane." Amelia, emboldened by the silence, crept forward from the foyer. Her tear-streaked face was a mixture of fear and something else, a dawning awareness. She looked from the devastation around her to the cold fury on Eleanor's face, and then to Julian, the powerful, charming man who had promised to take care of her, was standing helpless in the face of a storm he had unleashed. "Julian, maybe I should go," she whispered, her voice trembling. "I can call a taxi." "You're not going anywhere," Julian snapped his authority, returning as he focused on the simpler problem of the frightened girl. He turned his glare back to Eleanor. "Look at what you've done. Look at this. You've terrified her." Eleanor let out a short, sharp laugh, devoid of any humor. "Oh, I've terrified her. You drag this child into our home as a human shield for your own cowardice, and I'm the monster. You have a spectacular sense of perspective, Julian." She took a deliberate step forward, her bare foot crunching on the glittering dust of a shattered Lalique bowl. She didn't even flinch. "You wanted to be adults about this. Fine. Let's be adults. This is no longer your home. As of this moment, you are trespassing." Julian's face purpled with indignation. "Trespassing? This is my house. My name is on every deed, every title. A name I helped build." Eleanor countered, her voice dropping to a deadly quiet. "An empire I helped strategize, a life I designed. You may have paid for the bricks, but I provided the blueprint and the mortar, and I'm reclaiming my intellectual property." Before Julian could form a retort, Eleanor calmly walked to the one piece of furniture she hadn't touched, a small antique secretary desk in the corner of the room. She opened a drawer, pulled out her cell phone, and dialed a number from memory. Julian watched her, a sneer forming on his lips. "Who are you calling the police? Go ahead. They'll take one look at this and put you in a 72-hour psychiatric hold. It would probably be for the best." Eleanor ignored him, pressing the phone to her ear. It rang once. "Isabella," she said, her voice a paradigm of control. "It's Eleanor Vance. Yes, it's been too long. I'm afraid I'm not calling to catch up. Something has happened. No, I'm fine. I'm actually clearer than I've been in years. I need you. I need your professional services." A flicker of unease crossed Julian's face. Isabella. He vaguely remembered the name. Eleanor's maid of honor. Some fiery Italian girl who had gone to law school. "How soon can you get to my house in Bel Air?" Eleanor continued, her eyes locked on Julian's. "Yes, the main residence. There's been a domestic disturbance and a trespassing issue I need dealt with immediately." "Excellent. The gate code is the same. I'll see you shortly." She ended the call and placed the phone on the desk. "Isabella," Julian asked, forcing a condescending laugh. "You're calling your old college roommate? What's she going to do? Elle sue me for being a bad husband." "Isabella." "Rossi." Eleanor clarified her tone. "Glacial is not my old college roommate. She's the senior managing partner at Rossi, Klein & Associates. Her specialty is high-asset contentious divorce and corporate litigation. And right now, Julian, you are the definition of a high-value asset in a very, very contentious situation." The blood drained from Julian's face. Isabella Rossi. He knew that name. Not from Eleanor, but from the financial pages. She was a shark, a legend in the Los Angeles legal community, known for eviscerating arrogant husbands and dismantling corporate facades. She was the lawyer men like him had nightmares about. The sneer vanished, replaced by the cold dread of a man who has catastrophically miscalculated. He had thought he was playing chess against a pawn. He now realized he had just checkmated himself against a queen who had a grand master on speed dial. He looked at the destruction again. It wasn't just a tantrum. It was a declaration of war. Every shattered object was a message. He had tried to devalue her, to reduce her to a live-in housekeeper who would accommodate his new life. In response, she had systematically destroyed every item that represented the value he understood, money. She had just wiped millions of dollars of material assets off their balance sheet as a prelude to coming after the rest. "You have 5 minutes to get her," Eleanor said, nodding toward Amelia, "and your essential belongings out of my house. When my lawyer arrives, I want you both gone. You can't throw me out of my own home." He roared a last gasp of blustering authority. "Watch me," Eleanor replied, her voice soft as steel. The doorbell chimed impossibly fast. It was a crisp, clear sound that cut through the tension. Eleanor's lips curved into the faintest, most terrifying smile Julian had ever seen. "It seems she said your 5 minutes are up." It wasn't Isabella Rossi. It was 2 uniformed officers from the LAPD. Julian's earlier threat had materialized, but not in the way he intended. One of the neighbors, hearing the crescendo of destruction, had called it in. Julian's face lit with triumphant relief. Finally, he said, turning to the officers, "Thank God you're here, officers. My wife, she's had some sort of psychotic break, as you can see." The 2 officers, a seasoned veteran and a younger woman, stepped inside. Their eyes widening at the scale of the carnage. It looked like a hurricane had made landfall in the living room. But then they looked at the 3 people. They saw Julian agitated and angry. They saw Amelia pregnant, weeping, and terrified. And they saw Eleanor standing poised and eerily calm in the middle of it all. She had a bleeding knuckle and a torn dress, but her expression was one of complete control. She did not look psychotic. She looked like the victim of a profound assault. "Ma'am," the senior officer said, his voice gentle as he addressed Eleanor. "Can you tell us what happened here?" Before Eleanor could speak, Julian interjected. "I came home, and she just went crazy, started smashing everything. I have a guest here. She's pregnant, and my wife attacked us." Eleanor held up a hand, a gesture of such authority that Julian actually fell silent. She looked the officer in the eye. "Officer," she said, her voice steady and clear. "My husband, Julian Vance, brought his pregnant mistress into our marital home this afternoon and informed me she would be moving in. He created a situation of extreme emotional distress. The damage you see is the result of that distress. However, I have not laid a hand on him nor on his guest. I have, however, asked them both to leave my property. They have refused. My lawyer is on her way to handle the civil matter, but as of right now, they are trespassers." The officer looked from Eleanor's calm demeanor to Julian's sputtering rage. He had seen this drama play out 100 times in the mansions of the rich. He knew a calculated power play when he saw one. So the officer said to Julian, "Given the situation, and to de-escalate things, it might be best if you and the young lady found somewhere else to stay for the night." Best for who Julian demanded. "This is my house." "It's also her house, sir," the officer replied, his patience thinning. "Right now, it's a civil dispute. But if you don't leave and she wants to press charges for trespassing, we'll be back, and it'll be a different conversation. I suggest you go." Julian was trapped. The law, which he so often used as a tool, was now being used against him. Defeated, he glared at Eleanor, a look of pure hatred in his eyes. "This isn't over," he hissed. "It isn't," Eleanor agreed. "Now get out." He grabbed Amelia by the arm, his grip far from gentle, and pulled her toward the door. Defeated and humiliated, Julian Vance and his pregnant mistress retreated from the palace he had tried to claim, leaving Queen Eleanor standing alone, the victor on the first day of a very long war. As the door closed behind them, Eleanor finally allowed herself a single shuddering breath. The adrenaline began to fade, replaced by an exhaustion so profound it was physical. She looked at the ruin around her. It was a mess. It was a disaster. It was a perfectly clean slate. The arrival of Isabella Rossi a full 25 minutes after the police had escorted a seething Julian and a traumatized Amelia from the property was an island of order in an ocean of chaos. She didn't arrive in a flashy sports car, but in a discreet dark grey Audi sedan that purred to a stop in the gravel driveway. She emerged not with the frantic energy of a first responder, but with the measured grace of a monarch visiting a ravaged province. Dressed in a severely tailored charcoal grey suit, her dark hair pulled into a severe chignon. She was the physical embodiment of control. Her sharp, intelligent eyes, which had missed nothing since they were teenagers scheming in a dorm room, swept across the vista of destruction in the grand foyer. She took in the cratered window, the glittering dust of pulverized antiques, the Jackson Pollock-esque splash of red wine against a silk wallpapered wall. Her expression remained impassive, but a trained observer would have seen her mind at work, not gasping at the loss, but calculating the leverage. Eleanor was huddled on the bottom step of the grand staircase, a cashmere throw she'd retrieved from an untouched guest room wrapped around her shoulders. She looked small and fragile, a stark contrast to the elemental force she had been an hour earlier. The adrenaline had leached away, leaving behind a bone-deep exhaustion and the first trembling whispers of doubt. Isabella's low-heeled Salvatore Ferragamo pumps made sharp, decisive clicks on the marble floor, a sound that cut through the funereal silence. She navigated a treacherous path around the carcass of a Louis XV console table without breaking stride. She stopped before Eleanor, her gaze finally softening as she took in her friend's pale face and the dried track of a single tear on her cheek. "Well," Isabella said, her voice a dry, calm tonic. She nudged a shard of cobalt-blue porcelain with the toe of her shoe. "I always thought Aunt Sophia's taste in mice and shepherdesses was a bit garish." Eleanor looked up, a ghost of a smile touching her lips. It was a wedding gift. From her. "Then she'll understand," Isabella retorted smoothly. "She always said your house was more of a museum than a home. It seems you've finally curated a new exhibition, Consequences." She extended a hand. "Come on, let's not sit in the blast crater. We need a clean room and a clear head." "Is the library intact?" Eleanor nodded, allowing her friend to help her to her feet. The library, tucked away in the east wing, had been spared her rampage. It was a sanctuary of dark wood, worn leather, and the comforting smell of old paper. Isabella guided her to a deep Chesterfield sofa, and then walked to the wet bar, her movements economical and precise. She bypassed the collection of high-end single malts and poured 2 glasses of still water, handing one to Eleanor. "Drink," she commanded gently. "Now, I am your friend, and I love you, and we will have a proper emotional breakdown with ice cream and terrible movies later. But right now I am your legal counsel, and your counsel needs you to be a witness, not a victim. Give me the timeline. From the second you heard the car on the gravel. Every word, every gesture. Don't interpret. Don't edit. Just report." She sat opposite Eleanor in a stiff-backed leather chair, retrieved a slim leather-bound notebook and a fountain pen from her briefcase, and waited. The simple professional act was profoundly steadying. Eleanor took a deep breath and began to speak, her voice gaining strength as she laid out the facts of the afternoon's ambush. She recounted Julian's flat tone, Amelia's terrified silence, the obscene reasonableness of his proposal that they all be adults under one roof. She described the arctic calm that preceded the storm of her rage and the methodical nature of the destruction that followed. She finished with the arrival of the police and Julian's humiliating retreat. Isabella listened, her pen scratching occasionally against the paper. She didn't flinch. She didn't offer sympathetic platitudes. She was a seismologist, analyzing the readings of an earthquake. When Eleanor fell silent, Isabella capped her pen. "His fatal error," she said, her voice resonating with clinical certainty, "was not the affair. It was not even the pregnancy. Men like Julian consider those to be manageable liabilities. His fatal error was underestimating his opponent. He expected a weeping, hysterical woman he could sedate and manage. He was prepared for a tragedy. He was not prepared for an insurgency." I snapped. "Izzy." Eleanor whispered, the doubt creeping back. "I lost my mind." "No," Isabella corrected, leaning forward with fierce intensity. "Listen to me, Elle. You did not lose your mind. You focused it. He came in here to obliterate your reality, to demote you from wife to warden in your own home. Hysteria would have been a surrender. Tears would have been a concession. What you did?" She gestured vaguely in the direction of the ruined main hall, was a tactical response. You did not harm a person. You did not utter a single threat of physical violence. You destroyed property. In the community property state of California, that property is as much yours as it is his. Legally, this is an act of dissipation of marital assets, provoked, I will argue, successfully by an act of extreme emotional cruelty. He walked into this house with a psychological cudgel, and you responded by burning the village. It's dramatic, yes. But it is not insane. It is a statement of intent written in shattered crystal. She let the words sink in, watching the hunted look in Eleanor's eyes begin to recede, replaced by a flicker of the cold fire from before. He thought he could get you committed. Isabella continued, her voice hardening. That was his play. Paint you as unhinged, get an emergency psychiatric hold, and while you're recovering, his lawyers file for divorce, seize control of all assets, and install his pregnant little project in your home. You, by having the clarity to call me and to speak calmly to the police, dismantled that strategy before it could even begin. You won the first battle, Elle, decisively. Eleanor straightened her shoulders. The cashmere throw felt less like a comfort and more like a cape. He told the police it was his house, that his name is on everything. I'm sure it is, Isabella said with a dismissive wave. Titles, deeds. That's the wallpaper of wealth. I'm interested in the load-bearing walls. Which brings us to the inevitable question, the prenup. Here, Eleanor's entire demeanor shifted. The transformation was subtle, but total. The weary victim vanished, and the architect re-emerged. A slow, calculating smile touched her lips. That's the beautiful part, Izzy. There isn't one. Isabella's perfectly sculpted eyebrow shot up. A man with $1 billion portfolio and no prenuptial agreement. Julian Vance, you disappoint me. That's not just arrogant, it's sloppy. Oh. He tried. Eleanor clarified, a glint of old mischief in her eyes. About 10 years ago, when he officially incorporated Vance Global, his lawyers practically chained him to a desk until he presented me with a post-nuptial agreement. It was a work of art, really. A masterpiece of condescension disguised in legalese. It offered me a generous stipend in case of divorce, the house, and a lovely parting gift as if I were a retiring executive assistant. And you told him where to file it. I presume I told him it was an insult to the 15 years of my life. I'd already invested, Eleanor said. I told him I was a partner, not a line item on his balance sheet. But I also knew a direct refusal would lead to a war I wasn't ready to fight. So I employed a different tactic. I made a counteroffer. She leaned forward, her voice dropping conspiratorially. I told him I would sign a post-nup, but only one that I drafted. I spent 2 months with a boutique contract lawyer, someone he didn't know, and we created a document that on the surface looked like a sentimental acknowledgement of my role. It was filled with clauses about my immeasurable contributions to the social and aesthetic value of the Vance brand, my strategic hosting of philanthropic and political events, my sacrifice of a promising architectural career for the betterment of the family enterprise. Julian's lawyers glanced at it and laughed. They told him it was fluff, unenforceable emotional nonsense. So to pacify his artistic wife, he signed it. Isabella was now leaning forward, her earlier professional interest turning into rapacious glee. Eleanor, please don't. Tell me. The clauses they dismissed as fluff, Eleanor continued, her smile widening, were tied to tangible financial metrics. My social contributions were linked to a percentage of the value of any deal closed with a contact I had personally cultivated. My brand management was valued as a percentage of the company's annual marketing budget. My sacrificed career was assigned a phantom equity value in Vance Global vesting over time. It's a shadow partnership agreement, Izzy. He signed a document that essentially makes me the single largest non-institutional shareholder in his company. Isabella fell back into her chair, letting out a low whistle. She looked at her friend with newfound profound respect. "You magnificent Machiavellian woman. Where is this document?" "In a safe deposit box at a private vault in Pasadena registered under my maiden name," Eleanor said, "along with copies of my original blueprints and signed development plans for the first 3 commercial properties that gave him his start, the ones Vanity Fair called the work of a burgeoning genius. His genius. I have the proof that I was the architect of his foundation in more ways than one." The room was silent for a moment as the weight of this revelation settled. This wasn't just about getting a fair share. This was about proving ownership. Then Eleanor's expression clouded over. She stood and walked to the window, looking out into the immaculate, dark garden. "But that's not the knife, Izzy. That's just the appetizer. There's something else. Something that changes this from a divorce into something much darker." Isabella watched her, her legal instincts tingling. "Go on." "Julian has been different for the last year." Reckless Eleanor said, her back still to the room. "It started with the Sterling Developments acquisition. It was a massive hostile takeover. All his advisors, including me, told him it was too risky. The company was drowning in debt. But Julian has to be the biggest shark in the tank. He went ahead anyway, leveraging Vance Global to the absolute hilt." "I remember the deal," Isabella nodded. "The financial press called it his crowning achievement." "They called it what he told them to call it," Eleanor said bitterly. "But I knew the numbers didn't add up. The debt load was too high. The cash flow couldn't service it. I kept wondering how he'd done it, how he'd satisfied the banks. So, I looked." She finally turned around. Her face pale, her eyes dark with the gravity of what she was about to say. "I still have an executive-level access key to the company's main servers, an old back door from when I used to review projects for him. He never thought to revoke it. He never thought I'd use it. For the past 3 months, late at night, I've been following a trail of digital breadcrumbs." She took a shaky breath. "Izzy, it's all a house of cards. He faked the entire financial basis for the Sterling deal. He created a network of at least a dozen offshore shell corporations through a firm in the Cayman Islands. Ethelred Holdings, Bayside Ventures, names that mean nothing because they are nothing. He began systematically transferring Vance Global's real tangible assets into these shells, then presented falsified earnings reports and asset statements to the banks and shareholders. He made the company look twice as valuable as it was to secure the loans for a deal that is now sinking the entire ship. He didn't just lie to me. He committed massive systemic securities fraud, wire fraud, and bank fraud." The glee was gone from Isabella's face, replaced by the deadly seriousness of a bomb disposal expert who has just found the timer. This revelation transcended divorce law and entered the realm of the federal penitentiary. "He thinks the affair is his biggest problem," Eleanor concluded, her voice a near whisper. "He has no idea that the entire world he built is a lie, and that I'm the only other person on earth who has the receipts." Isabella stood up slowly, walking over to the bar, and this time pouring 2 very stiff measures of the Macallan 25. She handed one to Eleanor. "Drink this," she said, her voice low and steady. "All of it. Because you are at a crossroads, Elle. What you have is not leverage for a divorce settlement. It is a nuclear bomb. If we use this information, it's not about getting the house or half the assets anymore. It's about whether Julian Vance spends the next 20 years in a federal prison. It means the complete and utter destruction of his life, his name, and his legacy. There is no coming back from it. She locked eyes with her friend, the question hanging unspoken in the air. How far are you willing to go? Eleanor looked down at the amber liquid in her glass. She thought of Julian's flat, dismissive eyes. She thought of the terrified, pregnant girl he had used as a human prop. She thought of the 15 years of her life, her ambition, her love that he had just tried to sweep into the trash like so much meaningless debris. She raised the glass, her hand no longer shaking, and drank the entire contents in one long, fiery swallow. She set the empty glass down on the table with a sharp, definitive click. "He wanted to burn my world down, Izzy," she said, her voice like ice. "He just didn't realize I'm the one holding the matches." Isabella's shark-like smile returned cold and brilliant. "Good. Then here is the plan. We fight a two-front war. Front one is public, noisy, messy, and conventional. Tomorrow morning I file for divorce, citing irreconcilable differences and emotional cruelty. The story of the pregnant mistress in the marital home will find its way to every gossip columnist in this town. We will bury him in a PR nightmare. He will be fighting for his reputation, thinking this is a battle of public opinion." She paused, taking a sip of her own scotch. "But front two is sealant, and it is lethal. My team of forensic accountants, absolute killers all of them, will begin a deep dive into the data you've uncovered. We will build an airtight, ironclad case of his financial crimes. We will package it, document it, and hold it. And when he is at his weakest, bogged down in the mud of the divorce, we will confront him, not with a lawsuit, but with an ultimatum. He either signs over a controlling interest in the company and everything else we want, or a package gets couriered to the U.S. Attorney's Office and the SEC. We will give him a choice, poverty or prison." She closed her briefcase with a final, satisfying snap. "He didn't just bring a wrecking ball to your door today, Eleanor. He handed you the demolition codes to his entire universe. In the end, this was never about a shattered vase or a ruined suit. It was about a shattered life and a ruined promise." Eleanor Vance's story is a stark reminder that the quietest people often have the most formidable strength, and underestimating them can be a fatal mistake. She wasn't just fighting for her share of a fortune. She was fighting for her identity, for the years she had invested, and for the right to not be erased. Her journey from the perfect wife to a powerhouse who held her husband's entire future in her hands is a testament to the fact that when you push someone to the brink, they might just discover the power to push back 10 times harder. What do you think? Was Eleanor's explosive reaction justified, or did she go too far? Let us know your thoughts in the comments below. If you were captivated by Eleanor's fight for justice and want more stories of drama, revenge, and empowerment, make sure to hit that like button, share this video with someone who needs to hear it, and most importantly, subscribe to our channel and ring the bell so you never miss a single shocking story.